Good morning, everyone. Hope you are having a good day. Let's start the sessions with like the recap of whatever we did in the last 19 sessions. So I just want to have a recap. It will be helpful for your the preparation of the presentations or whatever the activity. So as it is a Saturday, I would like to give you a heads up that we'll be having one coding activity, Minecraft Tower of Code. So we'll go to that code.org/Minecraft, and we have to do the last activity today, which is Minecraft Designer. So let's do this Minecraft Designer today. So I'll just give you a link of this. Make your own Minecraft. So it's the same thing, but you will get to know about like little good stuff here, and the activities will be a little more interesting. So I'll just pin this. So this is the Minecraft Hour of Code thing, and for the Google Meet, I would like to see you all doing this one. So that's why I'm just putting a Google Meet here. We present it to everyone. I'll present this window here, and good morning, Javed sir. Good morning, Rahim Sheikh. You are the two concrete viewers. Since I started the session today, only one concrete viewer is there. This is Javed sir. So please join the Google Meet as well. So the Meet link is pinned on the top. Meet ID. Good morning, Tazin. Okay. Yeah. So Meet ID, I'll just pin it on the top. So this is Google Meet link, Meet ID. So if you want to join, please join. I'll be doing. So as you know, the Saturday we'll be doing the Minecraft Hour of Code activity. So today our activity is about Minecraft Designer. So this Minecraft Designer, we will get to know how to solve the puzzles today. So yes, I guess this Tahin. So yeah. So you guys can start like doing this Minecraft Designer. If it is done, and in the meanwhile, we'll just get to know about the previous topics that we have covered since like from the last 19 sessions. So yes, let's start with this.
Hi, my name is Jens and I'm the lead creative designer of Minecraft. In the next hour, you'll make your own Minecraft game. This looks like Minecraft, but the world has stopped. The sheep aren't moving, the chickens are laying eggs, and zombies are just standing still. It's up to you to add the code to make the Minecraft world work.
My name is Melissa Boone, and I'm a user researcher at Minecraft. So do you want them to do all of that stuff forever?
Yeah.
What I'm really interested in is how people think and interact with technology. And so this job was the perfect job for me to put together the computer engineering with the psychology, how people think and behave. You'll see your screen is split into 3 main parts. On the left is the Minecraft game. Right now, the world is frozen, but we're going to fix that with code. This middle area is the toolbox. Each of these blocks is a command that chickens, sheep, and other Minecraft creatures can understand. The space on the right is called the workspace, and this is where we'll build our program. If you forget what to do, the instructions for each level are at the top. To start off with, we're going to program a chicken. Let's drag the move forward command to the workspace. When I hit run, the chicken moves forward 1 step. To go further, I'll drag another move forward block underneath the first move forward block until the highlight appears. Then I'll drop it and the 2 blocks snap together. If I hit run again, the chicken walks 2 steps. If you ever want to delete a block, just remove it from the stack and drag it back to the toolbox. After you've hit run, you can always hit the reset button to reset the game and start over. Now, it's your turn to make your very own version of Minecraft. Have fun!
So in this, we are creating our own Minecraft game. Okay, and so these are all the functions, just like my blocks. So we have to program them in such a way that they will. So this is how you will be doing this one. So I would request guys, please start doing this Minecraft Tower of Code. There is Tower of Code loops and like how to do the loops. It's there. So let's check the concurrent viewers. How many people are there? Yes, and please we'll spend today's class on preparing for the all the topics that we have. Okay, like a recap session of everything and doing this Minecraft Tower of Code. So yeah, and the new joiners in the YouTube live, please join the Meet. Meet ID is pinned on the top of the comment box. Please join with the Meet ID. So we have currently 4 concurrent viewers and have 12 views.
Hi, I'm Lisa. I'm a software developer on Minecraft, and I work on some of the animals and enemies in the game. One of the animals that I worked on is the ocelot, and I worked on the part where when you're holding the fish, the ocelot will sneak towards you, and if you feed it the fish, you tame it, and the ocelot is your own cat. As humans, we get really bored if we have to do the same thing over and over and over again. But the cool thing about computers is that they can do the same thing millions or even billions of times in a row without getting bored. This repetition is called a loop, and every creature in Minecraft uses loops. Earlier, we got a chicken to move across the screen, but then she stopped. In Minecraft, the chickens wander around forever and ever. Let's use a forever loop from our toolbox to keep our chickens moving around forever too. The power of loops will save you tons of time and open up all kinds of neat options as you build your own version of Minecraft.
So I guess you guys are following. So if you are following, just please put a thumbs up in the chat box. I only have three concurrent viewers who are following. I can see in the chat box. So if you guys are following, if the audio and video everything is correct, just put a thumbs up icon, the image in the chat box, so that I know that you are following. Okay. Now we have to. The chickens look weird, moving in the same way. So we have to use the random moves to make things look real. Okay. And to make this, we'll use turn random. Move forward and turn random. And also, I'll also add wait random. So it's just looking like a random. So this is the way we'll get the realistic output, like how these things work. And now let's look at the events and how to do it. So guys, I would like to request you, please put a thumbs up if you are following the Minecraft Hour of Code. Javed Sheikh, Tanesh Sheikh, Raheen, Veronica, Sara, Almas, Ruxana, Nafisa. So all of you guys, please just respond with a thumbs up if you are following the Minecraft Hour of Code or not. And some of you also joined the meet.
On this next level, you can pick to be either Steve or Alex. Press the arrow buttons on your keyboard to move up, down, left, and right. Now you can move around the level wherever you want. To use a creature, just walk towards it, turn to face it, and press the spacebar. If you're using a touchscreen, swipe up, down, left, and right to move around. Then tap the game to use the item in front of you. But what happens when you use it? In Minecraft, sheep drop wool when you shear them, cows run away when you hit them, and creepers explode when you get near them. These reactions happen thanks to something called events. Events tell your program to listen or wait for when something happens, and when it does, perform an action. So far, you've used one event. Code you put in the when spawn slot runs when your creature is created or the game starts. Over the next few levels, you'll have new slots for events such as when touched, that runs when you touch the creature, or when used for when you use the creature. Or if you want your zombie to disappear when the sun comes up, put that in the when day slot.
this is how like we are using arrow marks here. So that's it. Message retracted. So guys, please, if you are following, please put a thumbs up in the chat box. I will know whether you are following or not, or else I'll just see the concrete viewers as 5 and I didn't which you have left everything. No one is here. It's okay. Now let's do the designer 5. The fifth one is about the sheep. Drop the hole, place the drop block, and yeah. So we will go when the sheep is used. So we have to drop the hole. I'll just. So this is how you like create little games. Like this is a 2D perspective game, right? So I usually Minecraft is a first person perspective game. What is not there, Veronica? Guys, I am not getting any responses here. Please respond in the chat box. I can see 6 concurrent viewers, but I did not understand whether you are following or not. So if you don't respond, like what is the point of having all this? I just want you two guys to be a little productive so that we'll have a class like properly. So when chicken cow is born, so let's it will just move forward and turn to random. It will just roam around, and when it is touched, move step towards player. 7 is like this. So let's check the comment box again. I'm on lesson 6. Okay, great, sir. Okay, please continue. So for the creeper, if you want to do the program, the path to go to the sheep is blocked by a stone, and luckily creeper is there. So the creeper will explode if you touch them. So get the creeper to explode the wall so that you can reach the sheep. So let's go. When spawned a creeper, move a step towards the player. So that's how it will just come to us. So let's check. But we have to reset again. Okay, I have to put now if I run, oh, I shouldn't touch it. First I have to reach here. Now the wall is broken, so we already reached the sheep. So zombies have trapped us inside. So now we have to code the iron golem to chase the and attack the zombies. So yeah, we'll just do golden golem and just chase. So let's check. Anyway, it's a cross. So where is the iron golem? I'll just put explode. Let's check. Okay, I got it. Move forward, move step towards zombie. When touched, the zombie will attack. When attacked, flash and explode. Let's check. We are attacking. So that's how we are programming our golem, iron golem, to kill all the zombies. Yeah, this is how we create the game. Now we can fill the world with the blocks under when run to spawn the things when the game is started.
In games, spawn means the same thing as create. In this level, let's make zombies spawn when the sun goes down. To do this, we'll use the when night block. Since we want the zombies to spawn at night, we'll add the spawn zombie block under the when night block. As soon as they're spawned, each zombie will run the code that you put in their when spawned event slot. Have fun spawning zombies.
So let's try this. We need at least 3 zombies to when night. When zombies spawn, we have to move towards the player forever. When touched, wait and attack. When used, flash and disappear. So I'll just put drop dirt continuously. So let's see. So I'll just put one weight and I guess 3 zombies are enough. Like there are a lot of zombies. Okay, let's reset the game. done. So some games let you keep the score up. So play tag with these iron golems and use add one score block to give yourself a point when you tag them. So reach 5 points to win. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are there. 5 golden golem, iron golems are there. So we just have to wait, move away from the player, and when touched, very short and disappear. And when day and when night, we're not doing anything. So I'll just put add one score when touched, each and every thing. So let's see. Oh, so now it's the last level.
Congratulations! You've learned to use computer science commands to bring the Minecraft world to life. You are the developer now. You've unlocked all the commands and all the features. You choose what happens.
What do you want it to do? Okay, so we want it to drop, and when night explode. We're not gonna collect gold, we're gonna collect sand. Forever drop. Lemons and potatoes. Lemons and potatoes. La 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 la. Chicken ball. We'll make it chicken ball. When spawn, explode. So it just explodes forever. And then zombie. We do more stuff. More stuff happens. More stuff. Yeah.
When you're done making your game, choose Share to get a link that you can share with your friends or to play your game on your phone. Have fun. I'm looking forward to playing your version of Minecraft.
So let's create a game according to this, and we have all the when day, when run, when night. So everything is there. So we have controls anyway. So my version of game is in night, if you have the zombies, so we'll kill them and we'll get the score. So let's see that we can do or not. So I'll just put one creeper. So when the creeper is spawned, we'll just okay, for zombie spawn in a night. I'll spawn a zombie up, and one iron golem down, and in the day some like not the sheeps, up down, right and left, middle, this is down, and we can spawn a cow in the middle, and I can spawn 2 cows here. So let's first program the sheep. So for sheep it is I guess when it is spawned, move forward uh, randomly. When it is touched, move forward to here and move forward and take a random turn. So that's how we do. So even with the cow we'll do this. So when the sheep is touched, play sound. Okay. Oh, sorry, this is chicken. When touched, when used, drop wool. And for chicken, when touched or when used, should give chicken meat or eggs. Eggs are better. And for cows, play the sound of when used, play sound move longer move and drop dirt, drop milk, drop milk and disappear. Even for this we have to put disappear, but I don't need to. Okay, yeah. And for zombie and golden golem, so I don't like creepers anyway, so I just put zombie. When zombie is left right. So let's create a fight between zombie and golden golem. So I would like to put when zombie is move forward, move towards player. And wait for random, so this is better. And golden golem is formed, move towards zombie and kill zombie. When touched it will attack, so when attacked the zombie should flash slash explode. When touched, attack. So let's run. So this is our game, and yeah. So when we'll get one score. So this is how. Let's go. Oh, zombies are coming to watch me. I just have to survive. Let's see. This guy will kill. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now he killed zombie. So they will explode. Oh, great. So yeah, now I have finished this level, and then you can just let me like if you have finished the game, I guess. Please let me know. I have concurrent 9 viewers here. So if we are done, please respond there, and we'll continue to the next like the recap of all the things. So let's understand first what is AI, what is the difference between the projects we did. So in the last 19 days we have finished a lot of topics, right? So what is this AI, ML, IoT? What is the difference between those projects that what we did there? What are the AI tools and everything? We'll just check once. If you finished this Minecraft out of code, please respond in the live chat box. So I'm gonna present one video just to know about the difference of the projects that we have did in the previous sessions. So what is the AI project, what is the machine learning project, and everything. So for that, let's watch a video. So I'll pause in the middle of the video and just explain about this stuff. Okay. So let's start.
And deep learning, there is some confusion as to what these words mean and the differences between them. So in this video, we will explain what AI means and how to differentiate between these three terms. So what is artificial intelligence? In the broader sense of the word, artificial intelligence refers to a machine that is made to simulate human consciousness. When the average person thinks of AI, they imagine robots that can see, move, speak, think, and possibly even feel the way humans do. For some, the ultimate goal of AI research is to create a sentient conscious being through programming. Sometimes this is also referred to as artificial general intelligence. However, in practice, most data scientists are using AI at a smaller, more practical scale to solve real-world problems, such as data analysis, manufacturing, and customer service. In that sense, AI is the umbrella term for technology that solves problems autonomously by simulating human intelligence. They do this through algorithms designed to analyze input data and produce an output. Using chatbots, for example, the input data would be and produce an output.
Guys, so the projects that we did that contains the code and some AI tools, right? So in this AI part of the programming, so what we did is, so we have trained the data, which is this input data, to the system so that it will understand, and according to the program it will run, right? So the thing is, here we have the extensions of face detection, finger detection, pose, gestures, and like we have some tools, right? So these tools, by using these tools, we have created all the projects, so which can be said as an AI, like artificial intelligent algorithm, right? So and the other things like optical character recognition, speech recognition, converting text into speech, speech into text, and all these are AI projects. Okay, and coming to the machine learning projects, those are a part of AI, which is like machine learning is a part of AI where we are training the models. So in this mask detection and this one, we use a teachable machine, right? So this in the teachable machine project, we have trained the data to the model. Okay, and we have took all the inputs from our images or the web camera, and we have trained the model, right? So the training the AI means machine learning. That's it. So you will understand more when you go to neural networks, and the deep learning is something where it is like more neural network projects are there. So just look at this one. So in the meanwhile, I'll just stop and explain you when this machine learning part comes.
Using chatbots, for example, the input data would be the customer's inquiry, and the output would be the answer to the customer's inquiry held within the chatbot's database.
So here in this example, he is taking the input of our text and the output of a chatbot, not a message. So here in the chatbot, this is a example of natural language processing. So natural language processing extension is there, right? So we have worked on like the IoT project where when we say lights on, the quad key will light up. When say lights off, the quad key will switch off its LEDs, right? So here this text that what a human has sent to the robot, it contains what time you open today. So it's just like a usual question. It's not like asking a computer, but here we have took the keywords. The computer, the chatbot had took these keywords. So what time open today? Okay. So this
What's
what time open today makes that chatbot understand, so that we need the information about the timings of today, whether it's a weekday, whether it's a not a weekday, it's a holiday or something. So it will analyze that data from the internet, okay, whether it's already connected to the internet, right, and it will process and then it will give you the answer. So that is the AI part. And in the machine learning part, the natural language processing, so the thing where we are detecting the text is there, right? So we have detected the what time to, so recognizing the text, we are using natural language processing. So this tool is called AI, machine learning, which is a part of AI. Okay.
more amazing is that AI algorithms can react to input data in various forms. A great example is how you would ask a virtual assistant.
And these are multiple examples of how the robot will understand, like when do you close, excuse me, what are your hours. So this is all natural language, and the robot will give the same output for all these answers, right? So that is where we are using natural language processing. So it is a perfect example of this one.
Various forms. A great example is how you would ask a virtual assistant like Amazon Alexa or Google Assistant for the weather report. There are multiple ways that you could phrase that query. For example, what's the weather, what's the temperature, or even how's the weather looking? But by picking up on certain keywords, the virtual assistant can respond to all these different variants.
The current weather is 23 degrees Celsius with clear skies.
In this part, we can see with the natural language processing, we have added a text to speech block. Okay, so it is converting the text to speech. First, while the user input is there, it will recognize the speech first, the voice assistant. So speech recognition. After recognizing the speech, it will process, just like asking ChatGPT or something. So it will get the answer, the real time answer, and then it will then it will output the display the temperature, and also it will speak out by using text to speech.
So if that's the definition of AI, then how is machine learning different? Well, machine learning is generally considered to be a subset of AI. However, it's pretty common to hear the two terms used interchangeably. One major difference is that while AI still encompasses the idea of a sentient, conscious machine, machine learning as a term does not hold those connotations. AI is the grand vision of intelligent machines, while machine learning consists of the models, processes, and supporting technology that we've been using to get there. Diving a bit deeper now, within machine learning is another sector known as deep learning. In a nutshell, deep learning is machine learning at the largest scale, involving millions of instances of training data and often multiple layers within the neural network. As computing power and access to training data has increased, researchers have been able to develop machine learning models on a larger scale than ever before. Eventually, Eventually, this led to the use of a new term, deep learning. To fully understand its meaning, it's essential to first know a little bit about neural networks. Simply, a neural network is a collection of algorithms designed to take in data and find a solution with the least amount of error. They are called neural networks because the design of the nodes, inputs, and outputs, which slightly resemble that of a neuron in the human brain. The key differentiator between machine learning and deep learning is in the number of layers of nodes that the input data passes through. In the past, it was only possible to connect a few layers of nodes due to simple computing limitations. However, as technology has improved, it has become possible to build deeper neural networks with more hidden layers. This is the kind of model that data scientists mean when they talk about deep learning. To sum things up, AI is the grand, all-encompassing vision of intelligent machines, and machine learning is the processes and tools that are getting us there. Finally, deep learning is machine learning at the largest scale, with more sophisticated neural networks, exponentially larger datasets, and stronger computing power supporting it. With this in mind, it's possible to begin navigating through this complex, exciting field and figuring out which processes will help to build out your own project. Thank you for watching Machine Learning 101. If you liked what you saw, please help us out by liking the video. And for more machine learning tutorials under 5 minutes, please hit the subscribe button below. That's all. See you next time.
Today, everyone wants to use AI tools.
Right, so this is how we have all the topics. So let's go to a recap of what we have learned. So we have learned about introduction to the coding, like how the programming is actually works. Then we have understood about the backdrop, costumes, and animations. So here in the topic we have backdrops, animations, and sprites. So we have covered this. Next, these are basics of algorithms and flowcharts. So if you want to note it down, you can just note it down. So this is a flowchart, and this is a how all the terminals will use in the flowchart. And we have did the profit and loss activity here. Then basics of pseudocode, how the pseudocode will work and everything. And then this name badge is done with Quarky. Variables, about the noodles example. And arithmetic operations, we have all the type of arithmetic relations and logical operators, and we already got to know about this thing already on the previous. So conditional statements are there, logical operators, nested conditional statements, loops, and there is this activity we didn't do because we don't have Quarky. Like you guys don't have like with your this thing. So and criteria in loops, so nested and if else condition, and catch the fruit. So introduction to artificial intelligence, so we did it. Basics of face detection, face expression detection, Quarky mimic the face filters, basics of robotics, wirelessly controlled robot, introduction to sensors and actuators, obstacle avoidance robot, edge detector robot. Till here it is there, and for and some so here we have started with some tools of AI. So we did line following robot, so we did waste management system, home automation, the light one, basics of a robot, line following robot, natural language processing, road sign detection. Quarky as a AI delivery robot. We did it. So this is all the syllabus that we have here. After this, we have done AI in 21st century. It's a like theory topic that we have covered. Then introduction to machine learning, mask detector, pneumonia detector with teachable machine, face tracking robots, hand gesture, optical character recognition, and basics of robots. So this is the same, and making your waste collector and sustainable development goals are there. So we did these till here. We have finished these topics, including QR code detection, and we have done the chat GPT version, and we have done the physics engine, right? So these are all the topics that we have covered so far. If you have any doubts, we'll spend the next 10 minutes for any doubts and queries. Yes, Shivan, what is input data? What is text recognition? Yeah, it's not audible. Only video sound is there and not audible. Oh, another video like the differences between IoT and AI. So we'll just clear about these. So I'll check the I'll check your chat when the video is playing, then you can. So first, IoT is nothing but Internet of Things. So it's a network of interconnected devices with zero interface. And examples are connected appliances, wearable health monitors, and biometric scanners. So I guess this video is not even like better as we have.
IoT, Internet of
Today's video
And now let's get explanation about IoT. Okay, I just play this video. This is better. I guess this is visible.
connected to the internet and monitored remotely. IoT is shaped. Instead of traveling all the way back home, what if you could use your smartphone to know the status of your AC and perhaps even turn it off? Wouldn't that be amazing? Well, yes. And this can be achieved with the help of the Internet of Things. Until recently, access to the internet was limited via devices like the desktop, tablet, or smartphone. But now, with IoT, practically all appliances can be connected to the internet and monitored remotely. IoT is shaping the way we live our lives. It helps us get a better insight into the working of things around us. So, what exactly is the Internet of Things? IoT is a system of interrelated devices connected to the internet to transfer and receive data from one to the other. A smart home is the best example of IoT. Home appliances like the AC, doorbell, thermostats, smoke detectors, water heaters, and security alarms can be interconnected to share data with the user over a mobile application. The user can now get detailed insight into the working of the devices around him. Think about it. Until recently, the internet helped people connect and interact with each other. But now, inanimate objects or things have the ability to sense the surroundings, to interact and collaborate with one another. For example, in the morning when your alarm goes off, the IoT system can open the window blinds, turn on the coffee pot for you, and even turn on the water heater. Although all of this is fascinating, there's a lot that goes on in the background to ensure seamless functioning. From effective communication between devices to accurate processing of the data received, a lot of components are involved. In the context of IoT devices, hardware can be classified into general devices and sensing devices. The general devices are the main components of the data hub and information exchange. They are connected either by wired or wireless interfaces. Home appliances are a classic example of such devices. The sensing devices, on the other hand, include sensors and actuators. They measure the temperature, humidity, light intensity, and other parameters. These IoT devices are connected to the network with the help of gateways. These gateways, or processing nodes, process the information collected from the sensors and transfer it to the cloud. The cloud acts as both the storage and processing unit. Actions are performed on the collected data for further learning and inferences. Wired and wireless interfaces like Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, Zigbee, GSMs, and so on are used to provide connectivity. To ensure its ubiquity, applications need to support a diverse set of devices and communication protocols, from tiny sensors capable of sensing and reporting the desired factor to powerful back-end servers that are utilized for data analysis and knowledge extraction. To help you understand its working, let's take a simple scenario. Let's suppose you want to water your garden every time the moisture level in the soil drops. Instead of doing it manually, you could automate it using IoT. The sensors and actuators installed gauge the soil for its moisture. This information is sent to the IoT gateway with the help of communication protocols like MQTT or HTTP. The gateway significantly aggregates data and feeds it to the cloud with the help of Wi-Fi LAN. Once the moisture level drops, the system is immediately triggered and the sprinklers are turned on. However, with the information stored in the cloud, a detailed analysis like the time of the day the sprinkler was turned on, the rate at which the moisture in the soil reduces, and so on, can be done, and the report could be sent over to you on your smartphone over an app. With the improved response, monitoring, and analytical capabilities, IoT is being adopted in almost all industries and domains, opening doors to endless applications. Today, IoT is being used extensively to lessen the burden on humans. To name a few, IoT is deployed for smart homes, wearables, watches and bracelets, smart cars, smart farming, smart retail, smart grids, smart city, and smart healthcare. With such a wide spectrum of applications, the future of IT looks more promising than ever before. In 2018, there were about 23 billion connected devices, which was more than double the world population. According to experts, there will be over 80 billion devices by 2025. IoT is a vision to connect all devices with the power of the internet, always learning and always growing. Now that you have a picture of what IoT is, here's a simple question for you. Which of the following technologies is not used as an interface for a network? 1. Wi-Fi. 2. Ethernet. 3. Zigbee. 4. VPN. Give it a thought and leave your answers in the comment section below. 3 lucky winners will receive Amazon gift vouchers. The integration of IoT with other technologies like cloud computing, machine learning, and artificial intelligence is paving the way for many new and exciting innovations. And that is the Internet of Things for you in short. If you enjoyed this video, a thumbs up would be really appreciated. Don't forget to subscribe to the Simply Learn channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update on the latest trending technologies.
You understood the differences and these between like how we usually do all this projects. So yeah, this is the recap of like the previous sessions, and so if you have any queries, I'll be available in the chat box. Please let me know. So after this, I guess that's it for today. If any doubts regarding the presentation for Monday, so we'll start anyway. We'll add you all in the group. So we got few responses from the last. So I'll just show you them. So in the Google Forms, I got 13 responses so far. I'll just read out their names, and please check whether your name is here or not. Or if you want, I'll just copy. I'm sending the link again. So if anyone didn't fill the form, please fill it by today, and so that we can have an online assessment of how many people are presenting. So we'll share the information of who are starting when. So I got 13 responses so far, so I'll just share it with you. I got Javed Yaqub Sheikh first, and Shabana, Sajida, one second. Yeah, Mumtaz Akram Khan, Mrs. Tasneem Peter, Rida Salim, Aisha, Rupali Yadav, Tufia Sheikh, Laila Sabuni, and Farad Sitar, Abdul Rahman, Rashida Inamda. So I got all these responses for the online sessions, and 100% everyone, you said no for online class on Monday for presentation or exam. So I'll just share you like all the presentation on Monday and practical on Tuesday, so that you can I usually choose between those both. So I'll just check the responses. Okay, I'll just share this spreadsheet with you, and I'll create a WhatsApp group for all of you guys, and the information will be provided, okay, according to that. So if anyone is not done yet, please fill out the form, and yeah, Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much, guys. You can have a break, and your next session will be started by 10:25. Or if you have any queries, please let me know in the chat box. So, Mumtaz Khan, can I give my exam on Tuesday or Wednesday? So, ma'am, Tuesday you can give your presentation, but the exam is scheduled on Wednesday, which is 29. So that's the last day. So anyway, this is according to the plan. So Tuesday you can schedule your PPT presentation, and Wednesday it's an online test anyway. So the details will be shared you by end of today or tomorrow. So yeah. Yes. So thank you so much, guys. Thank you for your time. I'm gonna just switch off. Have a nice day.
Welcome back, guys. Guys, please do join in the Google Meet session. Pinned in the chat box. So through that link, please do join in the Google Meet session. Thank you. Guys, please do join in the Google Meet session.
Good morning, sir. Yes, sir.
Please do join in the Google Meet as I need to discuss something about your presentations. So do it fast. about the topics which you are going to present to on Monday and Tuesday? Guys, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, do you guys have any doubts regarding the topics which were told? Because there will be a Q&A session at the last of your presentation. So, if you are not answering that Q&A, your marks might get affected. So, once go through your topics and see if there are any doubts, as well as I will also try to cover as much topics as I can in the given session. Okay, and I will also say what you can provide, what you can present in your PPT, and how you can present in your PPT. Is that fine?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we are good to go. So guys, let's see a video representation on how and on what is a blockchain and how it works. Okay.
When you're ready to start solving on the cloud, the Google Cloud Free program is a great place to start.
Please tell me if the audio is if it is audible or not, if the video is audible or not. Okay.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, Javed.
Hello. The problem is that, okay, sir. Well, I got it.
Okay.
Because I'm watching this video on YouTube,
Okay.
but the YouTube transmission is too late, sir,
Yeah.
in compared to Google Meets.
Yeah.
So I was requesting you to present your screen here on Meet also.
Yeah. I understand.
Thank you, sir.
I have solved your problem also. So here you
Yes,
go.
yes. Thank you, sir.
Ever wonder if there's an easier way to complete transactions without having to deal with online wallets, banks, and third-party applications? Ever wonder if there's an easier way to complete transactions without having to deal with online wallets, banks, and third-party applications? Well, it's possible thanks to blockchain. Here's everything you need to know about blockchain. Imagine 4 friends, Jack, Ted, Sam, and Phil, meet up for dinner. After they're done, Jack pays the bill, and all of them decide to split the expense amongst each other. Now, on the next day, when Phil sends his share to Jack via online money transfer, the transaction goes through without a hitch. Then, Ted and Sam send their respective shares to Jack, but their transactions don't go through. The failed transaction cites some issues at the bank. That's when Jack comes to know about the many ways a bank transaction could fail. It could be due to technical issues at the bank, one of their accounts were hacked, daily transfer limits being exceeded, and sometimes additional charges, like transfer charges, associated with transferring money. To solve these problems, the concept of cryptocurrency came into existence. Cryptocurrencies are a form of digital or virtual currency that run on a technology known as blockchain. Thanks to blockchain, cryptocurrencies are immune to counterfeiting, don't require a central authority, and are protected by strong and complex encryption algorithms. And in a market of more than thousands of cryptocurrencies like Litecoin, Ethereum, Zcash, and so on, one reigns supreme: Bitcoin. Now, let's go back to our previous example and have Phil, Ted, and Sam send Jack 2 Bitcoins each as their contribution to the previous night's dinner. Let's assume Phil, Ted, and Sam have 3 Bitcoins in reserve, while Jack has 5. First, Phil sends 2 Bitcoins to Jack. A record is created in the form of a block. The transaction details between them is permanently inscribed in this block. This record also holds the number of bitcoins each of the friends own. So, after Phil's transaction, Jack has 7 bitcoins, while Phil has 1. Following this, Sam and Ted send 2 bitcoins to Jack. A new block is created for each of these transactions. These blocks hold the transaction details as well as how many bitcoins Sam, Ted, and Jack have in reserve. These blocks are linked to each other, as each of them takes reference from the previous one for the number of bitcoins each friend owns. This chain of records, or blocks, is called a ledger, and this ledger is shared among all the friends, which acts as a public distributed ledger. This forms the basis of blockchain. So, what happens when Phil has only 1 bitcoin left, and he tries to send 2 more bitcoins to Jack? The transaction will not go through. This is because all his friends have copies of the ledger, and it's clear that Phil has only 1 bitcoin left. His friends will flag this transaction as invalid. A hacker will not be able to alter the data in the blockchain because each user has a copy of the ledger. The data within the blocks are encrypted by complex algorithms. All of this is made possible with the help of blockchain technology. Blockchain can be described as a collection of records linked with each other, strongly resistant to alteration, and protected using cryptography. Now, let's have a closer look at the Bitcoin transaction between Jack and Phil and find out how it works. Every user in the Bitcoin network has 2 keys, a public key and a private key. The public key is an address that everyone in the network knows of, like an email address of a user. The private key is a unique address that only the user has knowledge of, something like a password. First, Phil passes the number of bitcoins he wants to send to Jack, along with his and Jack's unique wallet address through a hashing algorithm. All of this is part of the transaction details. These details are encrypted using encryption algorithms and using Phil's unique private key. This is done to digitally sign the transaction and to indicate that the transactions came from Phil. This output is now transmitted across the world using Jack's public key. With this, the message or transaction can be decrypted only by Jack's private key, which only Jack has knowledge of. Different cryptocurrencies use different hashing algorithms. While Bitcoin uses the SHA-256 algorithm, Ethereum, which is also a famous cryptocurrency, uses one known as Ethash. This transaction and several other similar ones are taking place all around the world. These transactions are validated and then added block by block. The people who validate these blocks are called miners. For a block to be validated and added to a blockchain, miners need to solve a complex mathematical problem. The miner who solves this first adds the block to the blockchain and is rewarded with 12.5 bitcoins. The process of solving the complex mathematical problem is called proof of work, and the process of adding a block to the blockchain is called mining. With this, Phil and Jack's wallets are updated, just like every person in the network who has completed a transaction. Now that you know about blockchain and its important concepts, time for a small quiz. What is the concept of blockchain that ensures data cannot be altered by any of the users within the network? A. Public distributed ledger. B. Proof of work. C. Proof of stake. D. Hash encryption. Let us know what you think is the right answer in the comments below. 3 lucky winners. Let us know what C. Proof of stake. D. Hash encryption. C. Proof of stake. D. Hash encryption.
Tell me the answer for this. What is the concept of blockchain that ensures data cannot be altered by any of the users within the network? Is it public distribution ledger, proof of work, proof of stake, or hash encryption? Which is the correct answer for this? What is the concept of blockchain that ensures data cannot be altered by any of the users within the network? What can the answer be?
Proof of work, sir.
No.
Let us know what you think is the right answer in the comments below. 3 lucky winners will get Amazon gift vouchers. Details its customers with better service. Walmart was facing problems in delivering provide its customers. Description below. Let's have a look at how Walmart uses blockchain to provide its customers with better service. Walmart was
So here we are discussing Walmart as an example for how Walmart is using blockchain efficiently. Okay. See, yesterday in the given topics I have said about use cases in blockchain, right? You can also write this, the Walmart case, also in the use case. Am I clear? Guys, respond.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
facing problems in delivering quality products to its customers. They were facing a high return rate and large amounts of refunds due to their product's bad quality. They were unable to determine the point of failure in the supply chain, which started from farm to storage to transportation to processing all the way to the customer. Then, Walmart adopted blockchain technology. With blockchain, the quality of the goods at each step was permanently inscribed within a block. For example, when a customer flags a product as damaged, it can be correctly identified where the product got damaged in the entire supply chain, thus helping Walmart to identify the problem areas and fixing them. And this is just one of several ways blockchain is used in real-life applications. Can you think of any others? Let us know in the comments down below. That's all for now. Thank you for watching and stay tuned for more.
So this is what blockchain is. Have you understood the concept? So it's like a recap of what you are doing, what we have learned till now. I will play some videos so that you can understand the concept in a better way. Okay. So this is the first concept. What is blockchain? Now, what's the second concept we have discussed? Guys, and also whenever you are making PPT for this one, like what is blockchain concept, make sure that you are keeping the keywords also in the blockchain. Whatever the key terminologies you are using, try to keep the full forms for that also. Am I clear? See, while you are making PPTs, the main concepts which you need to be focused more on, like the definitions and the applications and some examples. These three should be the main points in your PPT. And whenever you are making your PPT, make sure that you take three concepts in your mind: what, why, and how. What is the concept, why is that concept, and how is that concept useful? These three should be your main criteria whenever you are making PPTs for any topic. Let's take an example. You are making a topic on smart contracts. Okay, you should make sure that what is smart contracts and how is smart contracts useful and why is smart contracts actually. Am I clear? So these are the main topics you need to keep in your mind whenever you are making any presentations. Now once go through your notes which we have discussed, and in after some time we will go to another concept, that is centralization and decentralization. Am I clear? Guys, any doubts? So we will make this class. We will make this class as I will play some videos. After that, you go through your notes which we have discussed and match the similar points, so that if you get any extra points also, you can note that down and you can use that in your PPTs. That would be a great idea. Okay.
One sec.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, Javed.
I'm stuck on that point.
Which point?
The question which was asked in that video.
That is hash encryption. The answer is hash encryption.
Sir, but you said that proof of work is a technique used by cryptocurrency to verify the action of new transactions that are added to blockchain.
Exactly. And the question was, see, whenever whatever the data is been circulating in that in the blockchain or decentralized network, how can it be protected? The question is that which method is useful. Proof of stake and proof of work are like your how you can say. See, you can take the example of miners only. Right? You know how the miners work. Proof of work is an example for that. But hash encryption,
Right.
it's like your encryption method. It's like a security method.
Right, sir. Got it.
Understood?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Now for some time go through the notes we have discussed. After that I will play another topic, that is centralization and decentralization. Okay guys? Who are there in the YouTube live, please join in the Google Meet. Guys, let's now see what is centralization and decentralization.
Everything's perfectly organized. I'll start working on my thesis.
Hey everybody, I'm Surbhi and you are watching Key Differences. In this video, we are going to talk about the difference between centralization and decentralization. So friends, without further ado, let's get started. Centralization. Centralization is the process in which the powers, authority and control are concentrated at the head or center of the organization. This implies the powers regarding the planning, decision making and formulation of policies and strategies lies in the hands of top-level management of the organization, which comprises of a few executives who control the entire organization. So what does it mean? It means that the powers are retained by the top management and the rest of the people working in the organization receive orders and work as per their directions. Hence, the middle and low-level management have a very little authority. They have to depend on the top management for instructions and guidance. even for performing day-to-day activities. Further, it has a top-down flow of communication where the person present at the top takes all the decisions and the rest of the team follows the same and work accordingly. In such a structure, you will find division of labor where each job is broken down into several tasks, and these tasks or set of tasks are performed by different persons. Now let us take an example of a cafe which is run by a person along with his siblings. He has set up various departments including stores department, accounts department, food and beverage service department, marketing department, etc. Each department has a manager, but all the decision-making powers are in the hands of owner and his siblings. So the managers are supposed to follow their instruction and work as they order. Moving on to decentralization. Simply speaking, decentralization is the transfer of control of an activity of the organization to the subordinates. So, in this structure, you will find that the top-level management delegates minor decision-making responsibilities with respect to daily operations to the middle and lower-level management. Hence, the top-level management retains the authority for taking major decisions and formulating policies for the entire organization, whereas the managers at middle and lower level have decision-making power on the matters relating to their respective area of work. So we could say that in decentralization, the decision-making power is spread out and every employee working at various levels gets some share in the authority. It has a number of benefits, like it reduces workload of the top-level management and gives more autonomy to the employees that may result in creativity. Also, it will result in quick decision making. Here you must be confused between delegation of authority and decentralization. So I will clear that too. When we entrust a portion of work to subordinates, it is delegation of authority, but when it is extended to all over the organization, it is decentralization. In short, decentralization involves high-level delegation of authority at various levels of the enterprise. Let us understand the concept of decentralization with the help of an example. Suppose there is a textile manufacturing company. In this company, the board of directors lay down the company's mission, vision and objectives, whereas the decisions regarding marketing methods, choice of supplier, capital investment, distribution strategy, etc. are taken by the head of the concerned departments, and the top management does not interfere in that. Although the departmental heads need to consider the policies formulated by the top management before taking any decision. Such a structure of the organization is a decentralized structure. Coming to the difference between centralization and decentralization. Meaning, when there is reservation of powers and authority concerning the planning and decision making by the top management, it is called as centralization. Whereas, when the authority and responsibility concerning various decisions are disseminated to different levels of management, it is called as decentralization. Next, because the decision-making power is concentrated at central points in case of centralization, the process of decision-making is quite slow. On the contrary, decentralization involves systematic delegation of authority, due to which decision-making process is fast. Next, flow of communication. In a centralized organization, there is vertical flow of communication, which means that it follows a formal communication. But in case of a decentralized organization, the communication stretches in all directions, so it is open and free. Suitability. A centralized organization structure is best for small-sized organization, but in a large organization, centralization may delay the decision-making process. Also, it will create chaos in the organization, as every time the workers need to seek permission from the top management for taking any important decision. So, for a large organization, decentralization is the best. Next, role of subordinate. As in a centralized organization structure, the employees work as ordered and instructed by the top management, so their role is minimum. Conversely, in a decentralized structure, the employees have a certain level of authority regarding decision making related to their area of work, and so their role is maximum. Next, while centralization aims at ensuring control and coordination in the organization, decentralization aims at speeding up the decision making process and also promoting the development of subordinates. Next, centralization is implemented in the situation when there is inadequate control in the organization, whereas in case when there is considerable control in the organization, decentralization is implemented. Next, burden of top executive. As all the powers related to decision making are in the hands of top management in a centralized structure, the top level management have a very heavy workload. Whereas, in case of decentralization, the work is delegated to subordinates systematically, which reduces the burden of top management. Freedom of action. When it comes to freedom of action of employees, it is less in case of centralization. This is because the employees have to take permission of the top management even for taking minor decisions. Whereas in case of a decentralized organizational structure, the employees enjoy more freedom of action because they are allowed to take minor decisions without seeking permission of the top management. So friends, this brings me to the end of this lesson. I hope the concept has been clear now. However, if you want to study the topic further in detail, you can visit our official website, that is keydifferences.com. Here you can find a detailed comparison of centralization and decentralization along with their definitions. Links are also provided in the description box below. So guys, I hope you liked this video, and if you did, please do give it a thumbs up and share it with other people.
Guys, are you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So now, if you have any doubts regarding the centralization and decentralization, like how it works and everything, you can ask. And while you are presenting this, see, the first slide will be your name. Whenever you are presenting the blockchain PPT, the PPT should be of minimum 7 slides. That's for sure. So what you can keep in the 7 slides for centralization and decentralization is, first slide will be your topic name and your descriptive one. The second slide will be about centralization. What is centralization, how it works, okay? And the second slide would be some of the applications where we have used centralization methods, okay? And the third slide, it would be some advantages and disadvantages of centralization methods, okay? First slide would be your name. The second slide would be like how you can say a narrow descriptive of centralization. The third slide would be advantages. The fourth slide would be like what are the applications of the centralization. Now this will also continue for decentralization, that is what is decentralization, advantages and disadvantages of decentralization, and some applications of decentralization. Till there 7 slides have been completed, and on the 8th slide you would keep the differences between centralization and decentralization. By that you can complete your PPT, okay? Think in that way and try to make your PPT more interactive ones, like adding less data and you delivering the more content. Like that anyone can think that okay, you have more grip on your content, okay? Go in that way and try to make PPTs in that way. Q&A will be asked, that's no doubt, there is no doubt in that, okay? Now go through the
So the Q&A question will be based on the PPT, or it will be on all the topics we have covered?
It will be based on the topic which you have taken.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah. And in the Q&A, I can ask anything. Like I can even give some test cases also. Like if this is the situation, what type of cryptographic, if you choose cryptographic primitives, I can say, okay, this is my situation. What type of cryptographic primitive you will use, and how can you develop that? I can ask like that also, okay? So I'm saying in beforehand so that you guys can prepare well, okay? Now go through the topics which we go through the topic which we discussed and see if there are any extra points you can get from that video. After some time I will let's recap another topic. Okay guys? guys, tell me one thing. Have you guys completed the topic structure of a block? Like what are the inside components present in a block? Is that completed for you? Please do respond.
You mean structure of blocks, sir?
Yeah.
In blockchain?
Not the blockchain.
Yeah,
like
little bit.
what are the components inside the blocks? Like the timestamp, nonce value, that. Okay, no problem.
Want to create an online store but not sure what to do next? With managed WooCommerce hosting from Hostinga, you can scale.
So guys, this is a small video on what is Genesis block. Okay. After that, let's go for the structure of blockchain or the structure of block.
What is a Genesis block? A Genesis block is the first block of a blockchain. In the Genesis block, there are no transactions because the Genesis block's block reward are the first tokens ever created on that blockchain. In general, blocks in a blockchain are cryptographically linked to the block before them. This link is called the nonce, and finding a nonce that works is how miners compete and successfully add a new block to the chain. The nonce must factor in the previous block's hash in order to be successful. However, for the Genesis block, there is no previous block, so the previous block's hash is just a string of zeros. Even with no transactions and no previous block, the Genesis block's nonce is still difficult to compute. All those zeros doesn't make the problem any easier. The genesis of all genesises, Bitcoin's Genesis block, came on January the 3rd, 2009.
And if that is what you have learned, then we can continue. If not, please interrupt in the between. Okay.
Welcome back everyone. My name is Navin Reddy, and in this video we'll talk about blockchain architecture. So we have talked about the basics of it, right? We have talked about hashing, we have talked about Merkle tree. Now we know the prerequisites for blockchain. In this video, let's focus on the architecture of it. Now when I say architecture, I'm talking about what exactly blockchain means and what is that inside each block. So let's start with it. Now blockchain is simply a database, right? Of course, a lot of people have a lot of expectation from blockchain. They feel blockchain can solve all the issues. Not exactly. Blockchain will solve issue based on data, right? So the issue nowadays we have is we can manipulate data, and plus we also want to make sure it is distributed. And that's what we can achieve with blockchain. When you say a block in blockchain, you have data. So now what kind of data I'm talking about? Now as blockchain type changes, we have different types of blockchain, which we'll talk about that later in detail. But the moment you talk about different blockchain, they will have different set of data. Now one of the blockchain which is very famous is public blockchain, in which the example is Bitcoin, right? The first blockchain implementation. Now the Bitcoin block will have what? Now we use Bitcoin to send money, right? So of course it will have from, it will have to, and the money as well. Now that is the data which you save in a block. Now with this data, you have one more thing which is known as the block header. Now why do we need a block header? The thing is, you will be having a lot of blocks, right? So how can you differentiate between each block? And how can you create that chain which I'm talking about? And that's where the block header comes into picture. So what this block header will have? First thing we need is every block need a timestamp, right? That's important, right? If you don't have a timestamp, how do you know at what point?
Guys, is this the one which you have learned? Please respond for this one.
Yes, sir. We have learned about block header and block body also.
Yeah, then you can go with this video.
Point or when this block was created. So we need a timestamp. The second thing we need is a version, right? Now we have different versions of blockchain or the protocol which we use. So that's one thing you will have. So you will have a timestamp, you will have a version, and then we'll also have a Merkle tree. Now if you remember, we have talked about Merkle tree, right? So in one protocol block, you'll be having a lot of transactions, and then you need only one hash of it. And that's where we will need a Merkle root. So we need timestamp, we need a version, and a Merkle root. Now what else? Now we need two more things. The moment you talk about public blockchain, one of the algorithms which is very famous is proof of work. Again, we'll talk about that later. But then if you want to verify the block, we have to use POW, which is proof of work. And to make it work, we need two more fields. First one is the difficulty target, and second one is nouns. So we'll talk about that later once we talk about the proof of work. But as of now, we need these two fields as well. Now we have talked about 5 fields. So in a block, you'll be having this 5, but we'll have one more, and that is your previous hash. Now what a hash I'm talking about? Every block will have a hash, right? How will you create this chain? Every block will have the hash of the previous block. So example, let's say if you have 5 blocks now, so second block will have the hash of the first block. The third block will have the hash of second block. The fourth block will have the hash of third block, and that's how you create a chain, right? You can track backwards, right? So let's say if you are on 55th block, now if you want to know the previous block, of course you have to follow that chain, right? You have the hash of previous blocks with you. Now the question is, what is the advantage of it? If you remember, when we talked about blockchain, we talked about immutability, right? Which simply means once you create a block in a blockchain, no one can change it. Okay, when I say no one can change it, is it password protected or something? What if I say blockchain is open, anyone can manipulate data from blockchain, okay? But why people say it is secure? So let's think about it. Now when you talk about hash, every time you change a data, it will change the hash value as well. So example, let's say if you have these 5 blocks, and then the hash of 4th block is in 5th block, right? The hash of 3rd block is in 4th block. The moment you change any block, let's say I want to change the second block here. In that case, what will happen is the moment you change the data of the second block, it will change the hash as well, right? Now the hash is changing, right? Now it will affect the third block because you have changed the hash value. And that's where the problem starts. Because if you change second one, it will change the hash, and then it will affect third one. And now again, you have to regenerate the hash for third one to make it work, right? And that's where it will affect the fourth one. Again, you have to do the same thing for fourth, and it will affect the fifth one. Now the number of blocks which we have in blockchain is huge. So of course, if you change any one block, you have to change all of those. Is it difficult? Of course not, right? We are living in a world of supercomputer. So what we can do, we can collect thousands of devices with us, and you can change the hash of each block. It's not that impossible. But then how can you make it secure now? That's where the concept of POW comes into picture. So every time you change something in a blockchain, or if you want to add a new block, it has to be validated. I'm talking about the public blockchain now. So without validation, you cannot add a block. That means you have to do some processing to add a block, and that's where we have a concept of PWO, which says it will take at least 10 minutes for anyone to add a block in a blockchain. Now, when you say even if you change one block and if you have 5 blocks, you have to wait for 50 minutes to change the entire block. Okay, that's one thing. It will take a lot of time. Second, your blockchain will not be stored in one machine. It will be there with multiple people. Anyone can be a part of blockchain network. It's not just a central server. So example, let's say in this network, if you have 10 people, everyone will have their own copy of blockchain. Of course, it is a full node. We have talked about that before. So if you have 10 people, when you add a new block in a blockchain, it has to be verified by everyone, right? So everyone will come in consensus to add that block in a blockchain. And that's where we have a concept of consensus algorithm to add data in a blockchain. And that's where you are making your blockchain secure. So first of all, you need a supercomputer to change the block, and you have to wait a lot of time. Plus, even if you want to do that, you need a 50% majority in the blockchain network, which is almost impossible to achieve, right? Because to process that POW, you need a huge amount of GPUs and CPUs. You can't be that rich to have the hold of 50% of the blockchain network in the world, right? And that's how you make blockchain secure. Now there's one more question. Every block will have the hash of previous blocks. So fifth block will have the hash of fourth will have a hash of third. What about the first block? Now the first block is known as a genesis block. Now genesis block previous hash value will be 0, right? Because we don't have any block before that. In terms of Bitcoin, it was created by Satoshi Nakamoto, the genesis block, and then based on that block, we got new blocks. So that's something you remember. So that's it. That's about the block structure in the blockchain architecture. In the upcoming videos, we will talk about more about blockchain. If you have not subscribed to the channel yet, do that for sure. And hit that like button if you're enjoying it. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Bye-bye.
Here with the concept, as structure of block is the main concept in the blockchain. It is one of the most important, and how you can say, see, whole blockchain concept is dependent on this block structure only. So don't hesitate to ask any doubts in the structure of a block. Okay, now verify it with the nodes and find out some parts. See, you can even add the structure of a block in the blockchain PPT also. Okay, by that you can increase your PPT slides. Notes which you have taken from the sessions.
Yes, sir.
consensus mechanism.
Step into Wix Studio, the platform for agencies and enterprises, and turn website layouts.
Guys, consensus mechanism is also one of the important topic for us. Consensus mechanism, applications, key derivations, cryptography, structure of block. These 5 are the main and important topics for us. Okay, please focus on this.
Blockchain technology has become a popular means of distributed ledger systems that allow for secure and transparent transaction recording. To ensure the integrity of these transactions, blockchain networks rely on something that is called as consensus algorithm, whose job is to ensure that transactions added to the blockchain are legitimate and that the network remains secure. In this video, we will discuss all the major blockchain consensus algorithms that are used across the globe, their characteristics, and how they work. So, let's get started. Starting with number 1, proof of work or POW. Now, proof of work is the original blockchain consensus algorithm created by Satoshi Nakamoto for the Bitcoin blockchain. It works by requiring network participants to solve a complex mathematical problem which takes a significant amount of computational power. The first participant to solve the problem gets to add the next block of transactions to the blockchain and is rewarded with a predetermined amount of cryptocurrency. This algorithm requires a large number of computational power and energy consumption, which eventually makes it relatively slow and expensive to operate on. Next, number 2, proof of stake or POS. Now, proof of stake is a consensus algorithm that aims to address the energy consumption and computation power problems associated with proof of work. That's why in proof of stake, instead of solving complex mathematical problems, network participants are required to stake a certain amount of cryptocurrency in the network. And then on the basis of this, the network then randomly selects a participant to validate the next block of transactions based on their staked amount. And accordingly, this participant is rewarded with a transaction fee for their work. And this is exactly what makes proof of stake a faster and more energy efficient consensus protocol than proof of work. Further, proof of stake can be divided into 2 parts, delegated proof of stake and leased proof of stake. Let's understand each of them one by one, starting with delegated proof of stake or DPoS. Well, it is a variant of proof of stake consensus algorithm used in some blockchain networks. In this, token holders vote for a group of delegates to validate transactions and create new blocks on their behalf. These delegates are typically chosen based on their level of activity and contribution to the network. Further, delegated proof of stake or DPoS can achieve faster transaction times and higher throughput compared to other consensus algorithms like proof of work due to the delegation of validation process to smaller group of trusted nodes and is used in blockchain networks like EOS and Tron. Next, number 4, leased proof of stake or LPoS. Now, leased proof of stake is a small modification of delegated proof of stake consensus algorithm that allows users to lease their currency to a chosen delegate in exchange for rewards. The delegate then uses these leased coins to increase their voting power and become a more prominent validator in the network. This leasing system helps to promote decentralization by allowing smaller tokens to participate in the validation process and receive rewards even if they don't have the resources to become a delegate themselves. However, leased proof of stake can still be susceptible to centralization if a small group of delegates control a significant amount of leased coins. Next, number 5, proof of authority or POA. Now, this is a consensus algorithm which is primarily used in private or consortium blockchains, and in a nutshell, the validators in this network are known and trusted individuals who are authorized to validate transactions on the network. And if seen from a performance perspective, this algorithm is faster and more efficient than proof of work or proof of stake or any of its variant. But in doing so, it sacrifices on decentralization, which in a way is one of the crucial fundamentals of blockchain technology. Further, if you want to understand the difference between proof of stake versus proof of work versus proof of authority on a more detailed level, I will recommend you to watch this video on my YouTube channel. Link for the same is given in the description below. Next, number 6, Byzantine fault tolerance or BFT. Now, we all must have heard of situations where some malicious actors have hijacked the control of the network fundamentally to commit a fraud. Byzantine fault tolerance, or BFT, is a consensus algorithm that is fundamentally designed to tolerate such malicious actors in a network by ensuring that all nodes on the network agree on the current state of blockchain. Here, the primary goal of BFT is to achieve consensus even if some nodes are malicious or fail to function properly. Think of it like a group of people trying to make a decision together. In a normal situation, everyone could just vote and the decision with the most votes would win. But in a BFT system, some of the people might be lying or giving fake information, so it's not simple as just counting votes. To solve this problem, BFT uses a system of checks and balances that require multiple nodes to agree on a decision before it's finalized. It's like having a group of judges who all have to agree on a verdict before it becomes official. Thus, this consensus mechanism ensures that all nodes on the network are working together to maintain the integrity of the blockchain. Further, BFT is particularly useful in permission blockchain networks where nodes are known and trusted. By using BFT, these networks can achieve faster transaction processing times and higher throughput compared to other consensus mechanisms. If you want to learn more in depth about BFTs and its working, I would recommend you to watch this video on my channel. Link for the same is given in the description below. An example for BFT includes Hyperledger Fabric, and further, just like proof of stake, BFT can also be divided into two derivatives: practical Byzantine fault tolerance and delegated Byzantine fault tolerance. Let's discuss each of them one by one. Number 7. Practical Byzantine fault tolerance, or PBFT. Now, PBFT is a variant of BFT and ensures that all nodes in the network have a copy of blockchain and can validate new transactions and blocks before they are added to the blockchain. And accordingly, a consensus is reached if 2/3 of the validators in the network agree on a transaction. If seen from a performance perspective, PBFT is faster and more efficient than BFT. But in a sense, it requires a certain level of trust among validators. One of the main advantages of PBFT is that it provides a strong Byzantine fault tolerance, meaning it can tolerate a large number of faulty or malicious nodes in the network. Additionally, a big drawback of PBFT is that it's not well suited for networks with a large number of nodes, as the number of messages required to reach consensus increases exponentially as the number of nodes in the network grows. Next, number 8, Delegated Byzantine Fault Tolerance, or DBFT. It again is a variant of BFT, and here nodes are assigned to groups, with each group having a designated leader, which is also known as a delegate. These leaders or delegates are responsible for proposing new blocks to be added to the blockchain, and accordingly, other nodes in the group then validate the proposed block before it is added to the blockchain. This process reduces the number of nodes that need to agree on a decision, thereby making the consensus process faster and more efficient. Further, DBFT is generally considered to be faster and more efficient than PBFT due to its delegated network model. It can be particularly useful in a public blockchain network where fast transaction processing times and high throughput are important, while still maintaining a high level of security and reliability. Next, number 9, Direct Acyclic Graphs, or DAG. Now, Direct Acyclic Graphs, or DAG, is a data structure used in blockchain technology that differs from traditional blockchains, as unlike a linear chain of blocks, a DAG is a collection of nodes or vertices that are connected to each other in a non-linear way. Each node in a DAG represents a transaction and contains reference to previous transactions, forming a directed acyclic graph. Further, the beauty of DAG is that here, transactions can be processed in parallel, allowing for faster transaction processing times and higher throughput compared to traditional blockchains. In such a network, there is no need for miners or validators to compete to add new blocks to the chain. Instead, nodes validate transactions and add them to the DAG, and other nodes verify the transactions before they are confirmed. This process is known as consensus by validation. DAG-based blockchain networks such as IOTA and Nano are often used in applications where fast transaction processing times and higher scalability is essential, such as Internet of Things, or IoT, and machine-to-machine transactions, or M2M transactions. Next, number 10, Proof of Capacity, or POC. Now, Proof of Capacity is a consensus algorithm used in blockchain networks such as Burstcoin. In POC, participants are required to show that they have allocated a certain amount of disk space to the blockchain network. This allocated space is used to store and validate transactions, and accordingly, the participant is rewarded with some cryptocurrency amount that is proportional to the amount of disk space they have allocated. Next, number 11, proof of burn or POB. Well, it is a consensus algorithm that requires participants to burn a certain amount of cryptocurrency in exchange for the right to validate transactions on the network. In order to burn the crypto, it is sent to an unspendable address, effectively removing it from the circulation. And once this is recorded, the participant is then rewarded with proportional amount of new cryptocurrency created by the network. Next, number 12, proof of identity or POI. Now, in this consensus algorithm, network participants are required to prove their identity through various means such as government-issued identification, biometric data, or social media accounts. And only once their identity is verified, participants are allowed to validate transactions on the network and accordingly are rewarded with the cryptocurrency. Next, number 13, proof of activity. Now, proof of activity is a hybrid consensus mechanism used in blockchain technology that combines proof of work and proof of stake to help ensure security and reliability of the network. In this, miners first perform proof of work to create a new block, and then validators confirm the block using proof of stake. This process ensures that the network is secure and efficient, as proof of work prevents double spending and proof of stake encourages participation and prevents centralization. And because of this, proof of activity helps in improving the speed and scalability of the blockchain networks while still maintaining a high level of security and reliability. Next, number 14, proof of elapsed time or POET. Now, this is a consensus algorithm primarily designed for permissioned blockchains and is developed by Intel. In POET, nodes compete to generate a random wait time, and the nodes that complete the wait time first is chosen to create the next block. Here, to ensure that nodes don't cheat by generating shorter wait times, POET uses special hardware called Trusted Execution Environments or TEEs that create a random wait time and protect it from manipulation. Fundamentally, POET is a more efficient and environment-friendly consensus algorithm than traditional proof of work because it doesn't require nodes to perform complex mathematical calculation, and instead, POET relies on the random wait time generated by the TEEs. Next, number 15, proof of importance. Now, this consensus algorithm in blockchain determines which node gets to validate transactions and create new blocks based on their level of activity and contribution to the network. This activity is measured by users' importance score, which is generally calculated based on the number of transactions they have made and the amount of currency they hold. Nodes with high importance score are more likely to be chosen to validate transactions and create new blocks. This incentivizes users to actively participate in the network and maintain a stake in the currency, which helps to ensure the security and stability of the network. However, it can also make the network more centralized, as users with a large amount of currency may have more influence over the network than smaller users. Lastly, in conclusion, I'd like to say that choosing the right consensus algorithm is crucial for the success of the project, and you should consider factors like security, decentralization, efficiency, scalability, and fairness while assessing your choice, as a wrong decision can lead to security vulnerabilities, centralization, wasted resources, and even forking. With that, I hope this video was helpful to you and served value. If you love my content, feel free to smash that like button, and if you haven't already subscribed to my channel, please do.
So guys, have you seen now how many consensus mechanisms which are available in the market for us? We have discussed roughly about 8 or 9 types, right? But see, this many consensus algorithms are there for our security purpose only. Am I clear? So, whatever the topics which I have shown you today, these are the most important ones which you need to focus more, because on this the questions asked, the way of asking questions are there are multiple ways to ask questions on a single topic. There are multiple ways. Let's see, if I take a P of W, that is proof of work only, I can nearly ask 7 different questions on POW. Okay, the working mechanism also is very tough to understand and to explain to others. So go through this consensus mechanism once more and once more till you are perfect with the consensus mechanism. Revise the topic. Am I clear?
Yes, sir. Sir, for MCQ and filling the blank, these topics will be there?
Yeah, definitely. whatever the syllabus I have pasted here, MCQs and fill in the blanks will be there on these topics only. Every topic will be covered. And the last but the important topic is your cryptographic primitives. Once I will show that, and after that you can prepare on your own. Okay.
Tired of long videos?
Guys, the videos are too long for you, so I will paste that link so that you will be watching once you are free. Okay. Done. So in both the YouTube and Google Meet, I have posted the link and I have pinned them. So once you are free, go through the link so that you will have a clear picture of cryptographic primitives. Am I clear? Any doubts regarding your examinations or PPT making, any topic? If yes, please ask now only, because from Monday you will be doing your presentations. No more clarifying of your doubts will be there. So this is your last chance to ask doubts.
Sir, can I present my PPT on Tuesday?
Why on Tuesday?
Sir, I'm traveling on Monday.
Oh, okay. Then in that case, you can present your PPT on Tuesday.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Any more doubts?
Sir, on Monday and Tuesday, we have only PPT sessions that
Exactly.
which we have to present.
Exactly.
Uh, any other topic rather than the presentation, sir, on Monday, Tuesday?
No, only presentations will be taken.
And then after Tuesday, on Wednesday, there is a external.
Exactly. On Wednesday, we will be having your MCQ test.
Okay, okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Everyone clear? Any doubts with the people who are in YouTube live?
Sir, so Wednesday is the last day of our class, no? Okay, thank you, sir.
So basically, what you want in the slides, like if I'm choosing that types of blockchain, then what do you want in the PPT? Structure of a blockchain, then structure of the blockchain. Okay, okay, sir.
Sir, what will be the procedure for external exams? It's only fill in the blanks and MCQs, but we'll be having some time limit to send you the answer sheet. Okay, so it will get automatically submitted. We haven't to submit it. Okay, okay. And what will be the time limit, sir? Okay, sir. Thank you.
How much questions are there, sir? Questions, sir? How much questions are there? Not essay. Total questions, sir. I am asking total questions. 90, 100.
Sir, all
Sir,
together.
this external will be closed book or open book? Okay.
Sir, so 75 questions and 45 minutes. Will it be okay? Okay, sir. I thought 25 questions for 45 minutes. Okay, sir. So, okay, sir. Yes, sir. And it will be at what time? You don't know exactly what is the time, sir. O- Okay, yeah. Yes, sir. Got it. Got it.
Yeah, we can wrap up our session. See all the best for your exams, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
I will be ending this meeting. Bye.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to our cloud computing session. So you can join the Google Meet, or you can start listening from the YouTube as well. So today is the class where we are going to recap our session, what we have learned these many days. So I'll show you the topics which we have covered. So what are the topics we have covered, I'll show you. If you have any doubts from those topics, you can ask the doubts, or else I'll recap whatever we completed these many days. Okay, so I'll play few videos where you can learn what we have completed these many days. So before that, I'll show you the things what we have covered. So I'll show you the topics what we have covered, then we can move forward with this today's lecture. Okay, so today is the lecture we dedicated for the recapping of sessions, and if you have any queries, we can resolve those queries. Okay, so yeah, welcome back, good afternoon once again. So you can join the Google Meet. The Meet link, I think, yeah, I'll ping the Meet link here, so you can join the Meet. Yeah, so I have pinned the Meet link in the chat. You can join the Google Meet, or you can also listen from the YouTube. So I'll show the today's topics what we have covered these many days, and then we'll move forward with our recapping of sessions. So yeah, I'll show the topics. You have any doubts, you can so if you have any doubts, you can ask in the chat, or you can join the Google Meet. What we have covered these many days, we'll recap those things. Okay, so first I'll start with today's topics what we have covered these many days. So give me a second. Okay, so these are the topics we have covered. So I hope you are able to see my screen. Yes, anyone please tell me you are able to see my screen.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah. Good afternoon, Javed. Welcome back.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, so these are the topics we have covered. So if you have any doubts, you can please ask to clarifications or anything. So if you don't have any doubts, we'll move forward with recapping of sessions. So I'll play some videos. You can relate the videos with what we have covered these many days. Okay, so yeah, so I'll give you 5 to 10 minutes. You can just read these all topics. These all topics will be covered in the end term exam. So you have any doubts you have from these topics, you can ask. Okay, yeah. Okay, now it's clear. I'm scrolling down. Slowly I'll scroll down. You can just see the topics. Okay. So last topic we have covered 3 days. That topic is disaster recovery and business. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. It is going out of the meet. Okay, so the last topic we have covered is disaster recovery and business continuity. So these are all the topics which I have completed, which I have covered. The last topic I have covered is disaster recovery and business continuity. So from these topics, if you have any doubts, you just please put your doubts forward, queries forward. So we'll complete those topics. Okay, I hope you are done with the topics. Any doubts? You don't have any doubts? Okay, once again you can check your topics, what we have completed these many days. Scroll down. Okay. I hope you prepared for the presentations and you are preparing for the external exam. Yes, are you preparing for the external exam? Have you prepared your presentations? Did everyone prepare your presentations? Everyone ready with presentations? Do you have any doubts in the internal or external topics?
Sir, I have one doubt. Like we were discussing about the SQL query in the offline class. So, sir, if you want to store the images in the database, so how can we store that?
Yeah, so in the database we have two types of data where we store as a structured form and unstructured form. So when we store our images, we can store with the key value pairs. So every image we can store with the key where if we key is clicked, then the image will be retrieved back. Or else we have one more thing called NoSQL. Okay, that is unstructured data. So where the paragraphs, mails, images, videos will be stored. Whereas in the structured data, SQL, we store the data in the form of tables. So where we go for the unstructured form, the data will not have any structure. So the data can be stored anyway. So we can store the images there as well. Clear?
Yes, sir.
So any other doubts, or should we move for the revision of the topics? So in the revision, what I will do, we can complete the topics very fast. For that, I will play a few videos related to our topics. So please relate those things with our topics, what we have learned in the class, and how we implement those in the real time. Okay? So we'll start our revision class. So I'll start with the first lecture. We discussed something called data and information. So I'll make it a very easy way you can understand these things. Okay? So yes, I hope the screen visible.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So yes.
Good morning. Good morning. May I know your weight and height, please?
Not audible, sir.
Why?
Not audible. Okay.
Oh, don't get me wrong.
Now?
I'm your new neighbors next door. Welcome.
Now it is audible.
No, sir.
No, sir.
Okay, just give me a second. Okay, I hope now it will be audible.
Into the neighborhood.
Yes, now?
Good morning. Good.
Is it audible?
No, sir.
Still no.
No, sir.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm your new neighbors next door. Welcome.
No, sir.
No, sir.
Good morning. May I know your weight and height, please? I'm sorry. Why? Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm your new neighbors next door. Welcome to the neighborhood. Good morning. And I'm still thinking to start a new business. And I was getting some information.
No, sir.
Still it's not audible. No?
Sir, it is audible on YouTube, but not on this meet, sir.
Oh, is it? Don't know why it is happening. Okay, that may be only, I think it will be audible only on the YouTube. So if you don't mind, please listen from the YouTube. So there is no one who can fix this issue. So for now, you can please listen from the YouTube. So yeah.
To make up my mind on which business I should start in. What type of business? I haven't made up my mind yet. Well, what you're asking for is not information, it's data. Data, information, whatever, it doesn't make a difference, right? I'm sorry, it's not whatever. Data is the raw form of knowledge. On its own, it has no meaning and it's irrelevant. On the other hand, information is the outcome of analyzing and interpreting related data. Data is the individual figures, numbers, or graphs. Information is the perception of those pieces of knowledge. Oh, that's deep. My weight and height are just data. if you want to get some info out of them. You can calculate my body mass index to know which weight category I fall in. Underweight, normal, overweight, and this is information. So unless you're thinking of starting a business around weight loss or weight gain, my weight and height would be of no relevance to your quest. To collect relevant and related data, you have to know what type of info you want to get. Wow, you can be a great asset to my business. To sum it up, data is raw, unorganized facts that need to be processed. Data can be something simple and seemingly random and useless until it is organized. When data is processed, organized, structured, or presented in a given context so as to make it useful, it is called information. For example, the history of temperature readings all over the world for the past 100 years is data.
Yeah, so whatever we learned in the first class, difference between data and information, so that is what the video is showing.
It is not finished, sir, on YouTube.
Sorry?
The video is not finished, sir, on YouTube.
Yeah, it will take time. The YouTube and the Meet will be different times. It will be a time delay, so it will take some time. Okay, so that is what we learned when we started our session. Initial session, we started something data and information. So I told you the data is a raw form of information. When the data is collected and do a proper management and do a proper refining of data, it becomes as a information. So that is what the video is telling about. So there is a difference between data and information. Okay, so that is what we discussed in the class. So please relate these topics with your real-time things so that it will be easy for you where the things should be used, need to be used. Okay, and we also learned something called OSI layers. Okay, and in the OSI layers we learned something called firewalls and all those things. So I'll play a video for that. So give me a second. Yeah, so just listen to this video. You'll get a difference between firewall and the
sent over the internet. What does that have to do with the OSI model? How does TCP/IP fit into this? Let's take a look. The OSI model, or the Open Systems Interconnect model, is a theoretical framework that provides one way of thinking about networking. It splits the network communication between two devices on a network into 7 abstraction layers. The physical layer is the bottommost layer. It is responsible for transmitting raw bits of data across a physical connection. The data link layer is the second layer. It takes the raw bits from the physical layer and organizes them into frames. It ensures that the frames are delivered to the correct destination. The Ethernet primarily lives in this layer. The network layer is the third layer. It is responsible for routing data frames across different networks. The IP part of TCP/IP is a well-known example of this layer. The transport layer is the fourth layer. It handles end-to-end communication between two nodes. This is the layer where TCP and UDP live. TCP provides reliable end-to-end communication between devices. It does this by dividing the data into small, manageable segments and sending each segment individually. Each segment has a sequence number attached to it. The receiving end uses the sequence numbers to reassemble the data in the correct order. TCP also provides error checking to make sure that the data was not corrupted during transmission. UDP is another popular protocol in the transport layer. It is similar to TCP, but it is simpler and faster. Unlike TCP, UDP does not provide the same level of error checking or reliability. It simply sends packets of data from one device to another. The receiving end is responsible for determining whether the packets were received correctly. If an error is detected, the receiving end simply discards the packet. The remaining layers are session, presentation, and application layers. This is where the OSI model loses its usefulness in practice. They are too fine-grained and do not really reflect reality. In general, it is sufficient to collapse them into a single layer and consider application protocols like HTTP as simply layer 7 protocols. Now let's go through an example and examine how data moves through the layers when transmitting over the network. When a user sends an HTTP request to a web server over the network, the HTTP header is added to the data at the application layer. Then, a TCP header is added to the data. It is encapsulated into TCP segments at the transport layer. The header contains the source port, destination port, and sequence number. The segments are then encapsulated with an IP header at the network layer. The IP header contains the source and destination IP addresses. A MAC header is added to the data link layer with the source and destination MAC addresses. It is worth noting that in the real world, this is a bit nuanced. The MAC addresses are usually not the MAC address of the sending and the receiving ends. They're the MAC addresses of the routing devices in the next hop of a usually long journey across the internet. The encapsulated frames are sent over the network in raw bits in the physical layer. When the web server receives the raw bits from the network, it reverses the process. The headers are removed layer by layer, and eventually the web server processes the HTTP request. To conclude, the OSI model is one way of thinking about networks. Its primary purpose is educational. Even though the layers don't fit the real-world use cases perfectly, they are still widely used by networking vendors and cloud providers as a shorthand to describe where the networking products sit in the OSI model. For example, cloud load balancers are broadly divided into two categories, L4 and L7. An L7 load balancer is a shorthand to mean that the load balancer operates at the application protocol layer like HTTP or HTTPS. An L4 load balancer, on the other hand, operates at the TCP level. If you would like to learn more about system design, check out our books and weekly newsletter. Please subscribe if you learn.
Yeah, so I hope it's clear for you. Yeah, so in the OSI layer, we learned something called 7 layers, and each layer have its own functionality. Yes, so how this functionality works, everything I have shown in this video. I hope you got this functionality, how the data packets and how the evolution is done in the networking. So any doubts from these two topics? If no doubts,
No, sir.
we can move forward with the other topic.
No doubt, sir.
Yeah, I hope it's clear.
Yes, sir.
So
Yes, sir.
okay, so we'll move for the next topic. So we learned something called virtualization. Yes, so in the cloud and virtualization, I'll show you how this cloud virtualization works. So yeah.
Wide categories. One. Now let's talk about or get understanding on the types of cloud computing. We can categorize the different types of cloud computing based on two wide categories, one being a deployment model and the other one being service model. Let's talk about the deployment model first. Deployment model is categorized into 3 types.
So when we started with the cloud, we started with the types of deployment models and types of service models. So we have different types of deployment models and where we use, how we use, we learned. And we also learned something called service models. So where we use those service models, how we use those service models. These all things we have learned in few classes, more maybe 2 to 3 classes we have learned this. So I want to just complete this types of cloud computing. So I just play a video where everything is covered here, overview of the topic. Okay. Yeah.
First one is public and then private and then hybrid cloud. In other words, public cloud, private cloud and hybrid cloud. It'll be easy for me to explain and also it'll be easy for you to understand if I walk you through this example. consider the different types of vehicles we use to commute from one place to another. For example, if I want to travel, I can pick a bus which is accessible to anyone. I get in and I pay for the seat that I occupy and I pay for the time that I will be traveling in it and I'm done. Cost is very less here. A similar kind of thing happens in the public cloud. I pay only for the resource that I use and I pay for how long I use it. If I use less, I pay less. If I use more, I pay more for that month. Simple. On the other hand, private cloud is like buying your own car and using it for commuting purpose. Here, I pay a huge amount upfront and it is all owned only by me. I do not pay for it in an hourly fashion, but completely and all upfront. The cost here is very huge. And thirdly, if I want the best of both types, like the comfort of the own car and still don't want to pay all upfront, otherwise want only to pay for the time that I use the service, I can rent a car. Similarly, I can have it in a hybrid environment, meaning if I already have a DC, I can integrate it with the cloud and use both the DCs, and that would become an hybrid environment. Alright, so that was good of an learning. Let's summarize the types of cloud based on deployment models. And as we know now about the public cloud is an cloud infrastructure that's made available to the general public over the internet, and it is owned by the cloud provider. Some of the major players as cloud providers are AWS, Microsoft Azure, IBM's Blue Cloud, and Sun Cloud. And private cloud? Now this cloud infrastructure is exclusively operated by a single organization. It can be managed by organizations or third party and may exist on premises or off premises, doesn't matter. But the point here is this is exclusively operated for a single organization. And some companies that provide private cloud are AWS and VMware. And hybrid cloud gives the best of both public and the private cloud. For example, the federal agencies, they opt for private clouds for storing and developing personal data, and they use public cloud to share the non-sensitive data with the general public or with other government departments. Now let's talk about different clouds based on the service model. If we need to categorize them broadly, we can categorize them as infrastructure as a service, IaaS, or platform as a service, PaaS, or software as a service, SaaS. They sometimes are referred to as IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. Now at this moment you could be like this guy thinking, Sam, I thought you're done categorizing the cloud. Now you're going to talk about 3 more categories? Which one should I pick? Well, let me explain. If all that you want is just a VM and you have all the expertise to install the software on top of it and make it work, then go for IaaS. If you only want a platform or an interface to program or an interface to upload a program and make it run, then pick PaaS. Or if all that you want is a finished product hosted in the cloud and be able to access it through the internet, then go for SaaS. Here you get a username and password for an application and you can begin to customize the application based on your needs. Alright, let's talk about IaaS in a bit more detail. IaaS, it gives basic computing infra. It's based on a pay for what you use model. And some of the cloud providers who are big players are AWS, Azure, and Google. And here, the users generally will be IT admins. In PaaS, the provider gives you a platform or a runtime environment for developing, testing, and managing application. It's platform ready. You buy the platform, you upload your code, and you start working on it. And it allows the software developers to deploy applications without running the underlying infrastructure. And as you might have guessed by now, the interesting candidates who would use PaaS is software developers. And in SaaS, everything is managed by the vendor, be it the hardware or the software. It's managed by the vendor, and we pay for the service and we pay for it through a pay-as-you-go subscription model. And as you might have guessed, the end users here would be end customer itself. All right, let's put together everything in the same page and compare and contrast the different types of service models. In this chart, it explains the difference between the 4 models, starting from on-premises to IaaS and then PaaS and SaaS. It is self-explanatory that the resources managed by us are huge in on-premises and little less in IaaS, and further less or reduced in PaaS, and nothing to manage when it comes to SaaS. Let me also explain the different types of cloud services through an example like this. Let's say that you have a crush on cake and you're planning to bake one yourself. Now let's look at the options you can have. You can make all the ingredients yourself, be it the flour, butter, and put together and bake the whole thing yourself using your own oven, pan, the needed water and the rest. You get an idea, right? Everything is yours, and that's on premises. All that you use is owned by you and nothing is managed by the vendor. The other options you can have is buy the ingredients and mix and bake the cake yourself. Now, this would be like IaaS. Here, the infra is managed by the provider and we get to use it and customize it the way we want it. Here, the cloud service is a shared responsibility. The other options you still have on hand is simply pick a phone and order a cake. Now, this is a lot simpler than the rest we discussed so far. It's simply picking the phone and ordering the cake and pay for it when it arrives. Simple. And when it reaches home, you will have to arrange the table, garnish the cake if that's needed, and then enjoy the cake. It's the same way with PaaS. Just get the platform in which you would run your code and upload your code and start running your application. Here, you and the vendor still share the responsibility. You still have one more option left, that is simply go out and dine. This is a lot simpler, that it requires no effort from us at all. You buy the fully finished and garnished cake and pay for it and walk out. No responsibility on making the cake. It's the same way with SaaS. We buy the finished product and pay for the finished application. I really hope you enjoy this video. I'll meet you in the next video. Thank you.
Yeah, so is it clear? Is it cloud services and cloud models? Any doubts regarding this topic? Yes? Any doubts or everything clear? This is what
I'll meet you in the next video. Thank you.
This is what we discussed, right?
Sir, about the hybrid.
Okay, hybrid cloud. So hybrid cloud is nothing but using the combination of public and private cloud. Yes, Javed, any doubts? Anyone doubts?
So, sir, some storage providers they use private. Some of them.
Yes. For example,
So,
if we take Google Drive, Google Photos, so these are the things where the private cloud comes. So those private cloud will be accessible for only who are authorized people, right? So whatever the example we took, bus, car and cab, taxi. So where it comes to bus, it is a public transport where everyone can access whenever we want. Okay. Where it comes to private cloud, it's a own personal car. Only the authorized people can access. Who is the owner, they can only access it. Where it comes to cabs, so here whoever the cab owner, it is his private, and whoever the public want to use, they can use it. So it's combination of private and public.
Sir,
Clear? Yes, any other people have any doubts regarding this topic? Cloud models and cloud services? No doubts? Shall we move forward? Okay, moving forward, we learned something called virtualization. We also learned something called hypervisors, types of virtualization, types of hypervisors where we use, and we also did practical on those things. So those things I'll show it in a video. What is virtualization, how the virtualization work, everything. So please see this video.
Virtual machines running on a cloud server is one of the most widely used way of hosting applications online right now. And day by day, the number of virtual machines are increasing because a lot of IT workload is being shifted from on-premise to cloud. So this shows the importance of virtualization on the current IT scenario and current cloud scenario. So in this session, we'll be learning virtualization on cloud computing comprehensively. And before moving on with this session, please subscribe to our channel so that you don't miss our upcoming videos. Now let us take a quick glance at the agenda. We'll start off with a quick introduction to virtualization and virtualization on cloud. After that, we'll look into hypervisors and various types of it. Moving on, we'll be looking at the architecture of a virtual machine hosted on cloud. After that, we'll look at the various benefits that virtualization on cloud provides. And finally, we'll look at various virtual machine services on various cloud providers. Now let us start off with this session without any further delays.
What is cloud computing? Before giving away the definition of cloud computing, let me try to segregate the two underlying facets of the same. One portion is cloud and the other portion is computing. Before defining cloud computing, let us see some basic definition. What is internet or intranet? If you are using your computer and internet connection to watch this course, then you know what internet is. Internet does not need any introduction, without which our lives would be totally different. So this is the technical definition. A global computer network using standardized communication protocols, for example UDP, TCP/IP, providing information and communication facilities, consisting of interconnected networks. So we have a global network. There are thousands of routers provided by multiple internet service providers, and we have billions of devices. Each are connected to each other using this global network. If I send a WhatsApp message to you, I'm essentially using internet. Then what is intranet? Internet is same, but within the same network. For example, you might have multiple devices behind your router, like your laptop, desktop, one or more smartphones, tablets, etc. If you are using Wi-Fi router to connect to internet from these devices, then all these devices are said to be in LAN or local area network. They do not need internet to talk to each other, as the communication can happen via the router. Then these devices are said to be using intranet. Internet is a local private network created using World Wide Web. We'll see intranet in much more detail later on. Okay, so why am I talking about intranet or internet all of a sudden in a session of cloud computing? Remember the first facet? Cloud. Well, cloud is nothing but a fancy name of internet or intranet. As long as there is network and connectivity, we are in cloud. It might surprise you, but yes, that is the definition of cloud. Cloud is actually internet or intranet. So one definition down, let's define computing now. When we say computing, a picture of computer comes in our mind. Computer contains CPU, RAM, hard disk, operating system, maybe Windows, Mac or Linux. But compute actually means CPU and RAM and the other components in a computer's motherboard. In enterprise or corporate environment, when you say like server, we mean both compute and storage. But actually a server contains only the compute environment, CPU and RAM. I'll stick to CPU and RAM for the moment to define compute. Before going into compute further, let's introduce virtualization. Suppose you have a Mac OS and you need Windows operating system to do some of your work. You have two options. First, the easy one, buy a Windows laptop. But think for a moment, you'll not use either of the machines all the time, right? Some of the times you'll use your Mac OS or Mac laptop and Windows laptop in other times. Then what is the point of spending so much money in buying a new system? What is the second option then? Welcome to the virtualized world. Now, what you can do is install something called VMware in your Mac OS and then install Windows on top of VMware. If you log into Windows, it'll feel like you're using a separate machine altogether. But actually, you are not. The Windows OS will get its own RAM and CPU, but that will be borrowed from the virtual Mac machine, from this one. The Windows OS will get its own RAM and CPU, but as I said, it will be borrowed from the Mac machine underneath. Now we say that this Windows OS has been installed as a virtual machine. The reason it is virtual is obvious, as it uses virtual CPU and RAM borrowed from the host OS, in this case Mac OS. VMware, which is used to install Windows OS on top of it, is also called hypervisor. Hypervisor is a technology that is used to create virtualized environment. In our case, we have virtualized CPU, RAM and storage as well. Storage because this Windows OS will need to store the operating system itself along with data. So virtualization is the creation of a virtual version of something such as operating system, server, storage device or network resources. You see, server, OS, network resources, storage, everything can be virtualized. Now if you see here, we have saved ourselves buying a new computer or laptop by just creating this virtualized environment. We'll discuss virtualization concepts in much more detail when we come across it again in later tutorials. But think of the money which you have saved. You did not have to buy another laptop. You are using the same machine and you are using two operating systems. Basically, you have saved half of your money. By now, you might have guessed that cloud computing uses virtualized technologies. So that enormous amount of compute environment can be created with lesser cost. So the compute portion of the cloud computing is actually virtualized compute environment. However, it goes beyond only compute, as we'll see in due time. Let's define cloud computing now. If you take the virtualized environment which you just created in the previous slide as a Windows OS on Macintosh operating system using VMware and put it over internet and allow users to access the Windows OS remotely from their machine, well, congrats, you have essentially created a cloud computing environment. So if you ask me in one-liner definition, this is how I would define cloud computing. So cloud computing is virtualized compute environment over internet or intranet. Why internet? We'll come back to that. So cloud computing is equals to virtualization plus internet. It's a combination of both. Let's talk a little bit about virtualization in AWS. When virtualization was discussed while defining cloud computing, I had given an example of VMware, which is also called a type 2 hypervisor. Well, there are multiple types of hypervisors, actually two. First one is type 2 or hosted hypervisor. The reason it is called hosted because the hypervisor is installed on top of operating system. How does it work is, you have a hardware, basically your raw machine, you install operating system on top of it, then you install the hypervisor on top of the operating system, and virtual machines are in turn installed using hypervisor. So this is type 2 or hosted hypervisor. Then you have type 1, which is also called native hypervisor or bare metal hypervisor. The reason it is bare metal hypervisor because you install the hypervisor on top of hardware directly. You do not have any operating system in between. And as usual, you install the virtual machines using the hypervisor. All cloud providers like AWS use type 1 hypervisor. So hypervisor used by AWS is called Zen, which is an open source. We do not need to know the details of Zen because we'll never deal with them. AWS will take care of everything. But let's look at a few pointers. Zen project is a hypervisor using microkernel design. It was launched on October 2003 by University of Cambridge. It is leading open source virtualization platform used by big cloud players today. AWS, Rackspace, OpenStack, Verizon Cloud, etc. use Zen. Now AWS is the biggest contributor in the open source project. And if you need more information, you can visit their page www.zenproject.org. KVM is also used as a hypervisor in some cases in AWS. KVM is kernel virtual machine. So this is the screen of AWS. This is the management console. We'll be using this management console a lot. So let me show you a little bit how it looks like. So this is the console. If you see, there are multiple services here. For under compute, you have EC2, we have Lambda, we have in the storage, you have S3, EFS. In database, you have RDS, DynamoDB, Elasticache, etc. We have network and content delivery. Then you have management tools like CloudWatch, Trusted Advisor. Then we have security, identity and compliance, application integration, etc. For all your exercises and assignments, you need to have a AWS account. Please go ahead and register yourself. Go to https://aws.amazon.com and register using any of your email ID. AWS will ask you for your credit card information. Don't worry, they'll charge I think $1 or $2, and that is refundable. So your credit card information will be totally safe with AWS. Please register yourself in AWS account.
Okay guys, we've come to the end of this session. I hope this session was helpful and informative for you. If you have any queries regarding this session, please leave a comment.
So welcome. We have covered few things: data, information, or OSI layers, types of cloud, virtualization. So we learned a lot of important things, and in those important things, we have covered few things here. So till now, what we have covered are very important topics, and I'll show you more topics. Okay. So you have any doubts what we have learned till now, or everything clear? We'll move forward with the other topics. So when I'm playing the video, please, when you're listening that, please relate that videos what you have covered in the class and how these things are useful in your daily life, how these things are important, where you can use these things in your working professional. Okay, cool. Any doubts regarding whatever topics we have covered till now, or should we move forward?
No doubt, sir.
Okay, so cool, thank you. So just give me 1 minute, 2 minutes. I'll play other videos related to our topics. Okay, so here we have learned something called, give me a second. Okay, here we have learned something called security, privacy. What is security, what is privacy? These topics we have learned. Okay, so let's see how the security and privacy works, in which areas we need to use those things. So we'll do that, and then we'll go for the ethical considerations, what we have learned in our cloud computing subject. So we'll start with the cyber security, what we have learned. Okay, security and privacy. Yeah.
She often shops from www.shoppingcart.com. She has her information like email ID, address, and credit card details saved on the website to enable a faster and hassle-free shopping experience. The required information is stored in a server. One day, Anne received an email which stated her eligibility for a special discount voucher from shoppingcart.com. In order to receive the coupon code, she was asked to fill in her shoppingcart.com account credentials. This didn't seem fishy to her at the time, as she thought it was just an account verification step. Little did she realize the danger she would be facing. She was knocked off her feet when a substantial amount of money was wiped off her account. How do you think this happened? Well, yes, the email she received was fake. Anne's shoppingcart.com account witnessed unauthorized access from a third party. This type of attack is known as a cyber attack, and the person who carries it out is called a hacker. Could Anne have prevented this attack? Indeed, she could have, with the help of cybersecurity. Cybersecurity involves techniques that help in securing various digital components, networks, data, and computer systems from unauthorized digital access. There are multiple ways to implement cybersecurity, depending on the kind of network you are connected to and the type of cyber attacks you are prone to. So, let's take a look at the various cyber attacks that Anne could have been exposed to. One of the most common types of cyber attacks is a malware attack like Trojan, adware, and spyware, to name a few. Had Anne downloaded any suspicious attachments online, her system could have gotten corrupted by certain malicious viruses embedded within the attachments. Next is a phishing attack, the type of cyber attack which Anne experienced. Here, the hacker usually sends fraudulent emails, which appear to be coming from a legitimate source. This is done to install malware or to steal sensitive data like credit card information and login credentials. Another type of attack is the man-in-the-middle attack. Here, the hacker gains access to the information path between Anne's device and the website's server. The hacker's computer takes over Anne's IP address. By doing so, the communication line between Anne and the website is secretly intercepted. This commonly happens with unsecured Wi-Fi networks and also through malware. Password attack is one of the easiest ways to hack a system. Here, Anne's password could have been cracked by using either common passwords or trying all possible alphabetical combinations. To prevent future cyber attacks, Anne sought to implement a few cybersecurity practices. First, she installed a firewall. As the name suggests, it is a virtual wall between Anne's computer and the internet. Firewalls filter the incoming and outgoing traffic from your device to safeguard your network, and they can either be software applications or hardware reinforcements. Secondly, Anne implemented honeypots. Just like how flowers attract bees, dummy computer systems, called honeypots, are used to attract attackers. These systems are made to look vulnerable in order to deceive attackers, and this, in turn, defends the real system. In addition to these, she also decided to use unique alphanumeric passwords, antivirus software, and started avoiding mails from unknown senders. That was Anne's story. Cyber attacks are not just confined to individuals, but also to public and private organizations. The cyber attacks carried out in such places are more deadly, and they result in colossal losses. Motives of such attacks are many, starting from tampering with crucial data to monetary gains. Let's have a look at a few of the cyber attacks that companies are subjected to. Various public sector organizations and large corporations face the Advanced Persistent Threat, APT. In this form of attack, hackers gain access to networks for a prolonged period in order to continuously gain confidential information. Companies also witness the denial of service attack, where networks are flooded with traffic, which in turn leaves legitimate service requests unattended. A variant of this is the distributed denial of service, DDoS attack, when multiple systems are used to launch the attack. When a hacker manipulates a standard SQL query in a database-driven website, it is known as a SQL injection attack. By doing so, hackers can view, edit, and delete tables from databases. Amidst a plethora of cyber attacks, it is indeed a challenge for organizations with several networks and servers to ensure complete security. This is not an easy task, and to help with this, cybersecurity professionals are hired to work on identifying cyber threats and securing a company's network. There are multiple job roles in the field of cybersecurity. If hacking fascinates you, then the role of an ethical hacker is something to be explored. Such professionals try to exploit a network's vulnerabilities, just like how a hacker would do, but only to identify those vulnerabilities and resolve them for protection against an actual cyber attack. But if you are looking to design robust security structures, then the role of a security architect is more apt. A Chief Information Security Officer, CISO, plays a crucial role in enterprise security and is entrusted with the overall safety of the information in an organization. So, here's a question for you. Identify the type of cyber attack where the hacker's system takes over the client's IP address. A. DDoS attack. B. Man-in-the-middle attack. C. Phishing attack. D. Password attack. Give it a thought and leave your answers in the comments section below. 3 lucky winners will receive Amazon gift vouchers. With the increase in the production of global digital data, it is anticipated that cyber attacks will quadruple in the near future. Organizations are going to need cybersecurity professionals who can prevent these attacks. A career in the field of cybersecurity is lucrative and a very smart decision for professionals now. So, what are you waiting for? Get certified with Simplylearn and become a cybersecurity expert. If you enjoyed this video, a thumbs up would be really appreciated. Don't forget to subscribe to the Simplylearn channel and
learned about security and privacy, that is called cyber security, where we protect our data, where we protect our information from cyber attacks. So there are few steps to be followed, what we follow to safeguard our data, and in which ways our data can be leaked. So where we need to take a protection for safeguarding our data. So these all things we learned in the class, and here in the video it's explained related to the real-time world where the things can be happen, how the things can be protected. So I hope these things, whatever we discuss now, whatever I showed the videos till now is clear for you, or any doubts regarding these topics, you didn't understand something, you want something to explain. Any doubts? Okay, so if you don't have any doubts, so we'll go for the last video. What we have done, something called ethical considerations we need to take care when we are working in the cloud or when we are using the data which is related to other person or which is related to other organization. So now we'll see one video which is related to ethical issues. What can be the ethical issues? What is the problem when we breach the data? So these things we will see the video related to these things. So please watch this video and then we'll conclude this.
By Global Ethics Solutions. Computers, respect. Now, let's consider some ethical issues that arise when using technology and networks. The most obvious ethical issue with technology is simply the misuse of personal time, such as using the company time to surf the web or conducting personal business at work. This includes surfing inappropriate websites, websites unrelated to work, chat rooms, viewing pornographic or racist sites. There is also the misuse of bandwidth, such as running programs, downloading music, or other kinds of operations that take up bandwidth. Email issues include invasion of privacy by failing to protect personal information, customer information, and confidential company information. Wasting time for personal email, inappropriate use such as soliciting, harassment, or running an outside business, email viruses, and hacking. Proper use of technology is really about responsibility and respect. When you use the technology for the purpose it was intended, you show respect for ownership. If you use something inappropriately or for personal use, you are not respecting the rights of the owner. Additionally, you don't show respect for privacy and confidentiality. Just because you can access information doesn't mean you should. Breaking into an electronic file is no different than breaking the lock on a door. It is still breaking and entering, and any information obtained as a result is stolen and is a violation of that individual's rights, privacy, and confidentiality. And finally, proper use of technology shows your respect for property. Tampering with or changing electronic information is vandalism and shows disrespect for others' property. Remember that the same ethical principles apply for use of technology as they do for any other type of physical asset.
So is everything clear? Any doubts regarding the exam syllabus or any doubts regarding the presentations? So this is what I want to cover today's lecture. So I want to show you what are the important topics to be known for you, where you can use it in the real world for your real application. So yes, so considering this, I want to know any doubts regarding the topics, regarding the exam or regarding the internal presentations, something. So if you have any doubts, please. Okay, so you didn't take your topic, you didn't finalize your topic. Rita, you didn't finalize your topic, Rita? Okay, so if you didn't finalize your topic, I will show the topics. So which are in the bold, these topics are already covered. These topics are chosen by someone else. So you have other topics, remaining topics. You can choose any topic from these topics. First 4 are done. 6th is done. 11th is done. 16th is done. And yes, these are all remaining. So from these topics, you can choose any topic. So make sure that you are going to present on Monday and Tuesday. So on Wednesday you will have a interim exam.
Sir, the external exam, how is the difficulty? Is easy or
no? It's
you
going
have
to be
prepare a lot?
it's going to be easy, but make sure you prepare everything. So if you prepare everything what we have covered in the class, that is easy to get your maximum marks. So the questions also I made it not tough, so you can have a fill in the blanks and choose the correct answers. So based on that you can prepare and write. It's very easy exam.
Sir, I will be giving my exam on Tuesday.
Sorry?
Sir, I will be giving my exam, PPT exam.
Internal?
Presentation. Yes, internal on Tuesday, sir.
Okay, no problem.
Yes.
Okay, Rida, you want topic 5? Okay, so it is a group activity, no? So no group activities, no hands-on practices can be considered as PPTs. So you can choose 7, 8, 11, 13, 17, 18, 21, 22. So these topics are there. So other than group activities, case studies, you can choose any others. Yes, you can choose any one of those things so that I can mark your name on that. So based on that you can get the things. Yes, which topic you are going to choose? You're not done, so yes, you can choose one topic. Yes, Rita, which topic you are going to choose? Please put it in the chat. I'll go with 18. Okay. Okay, I'm marking your 18th one is for you. Okay. Okay. Done. This is for you. Yes. Done? Any doubts? I'll be marking 18 for you, Rida. So, any other doubts?
Sir, disaster.
Yeah, someone is asking question.
Sir, disaster recovery.
Okay, yeah. What is it doubt?
Do we have some tools to recover?
No, see, disaster recovery and business continuity is all about plan, what we are planning as a team, how we are executing as a team. There is no such things like softwares or something. So it's a plan. How you plan before executing the things? How you plan? That is what the disaster recovery is. Should it be stepwise?
So, what are the parameters that we can keep for planning?
See, when we go for the disaster recovery and business continuity, I told you few steps to be followed. Okay, those steps like we have to first note down what are the required things, and then we have to plan what if these kind of disasters happens, what we need to do this, and then how we plan and write down, make a note, and then what are the strategies we use. Let's say we learn something called different types of disasters: natural disasters, system error, okay, and malicious activities. So what if which disaster happens? So these are the parameters we need to think. What are the disasters can happen, how these disasters will affect on the business, how much time these disasters will take, how much time it takes to recover from the disaster, what are the strategies to be followed to recover the disaster. So these all things you have to keep in mind. So yes. For ML, I don't know regarding IoT and these things. So for my cloud computing, as I told you, I have to make maximum 7 slides, including your topic name, your name, and thank you slides. So mostly you'll get 5 slides where you can make your presentation. But make sure you put your presentation very simple without a lot of matter. Don't keep the matter as a paragraphs, keep the matter as a bullet points or key points. So that could be better if you make it very simple, but it all depends on how you explain, what knowledge you have on those topics. So based on these things, considering these things, I'll give marks for your presentation. So your PPT making also consists of some marks weightage. So make sure you do PPT good, more attractive, more better. So you'll get maximum marks. Yes, any other doubts?
No, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. So if you don't have any doubts, we'll wind up the session. So Rida, I have given the topic for you, 18th topic, exploring cloud infrastructure components, virtual machines, storage and networking. So this is your topic. Once again, please check your topics. 1, 2, 3, 4 is done. The 6 is done. 11 is done. 16 is done. 18 is done. So total how many people are there? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Only 8 people were there for the PPT presentation. So I am going to take only these 8 people presentations from Monday. So these people only will get internal marks. Okay. So make sure you do this, and I'm going to wind the session. If you don't have any doubts, I'll be waiting for more 2 to 3 minutes. If you have any doubts, put it forward. First slide is about topic name and your name. First slide should be topic name and your name. That's it. And then from the second slide, you start telling about the topic. Okay. So no doubts. All clear. Make sure you prepare good for the exam, externals and internals. All the best for your end-term exam, and all the best for your presentations. I hope you will make it very better, good. So yeah. Okay. So if you don't have doubts, so thank you all. Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you so much for listening the cloud computing classes. And yeah, so we'll meet on Monday with your presentations. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.